I'm like so busy that I only remember to turn the microphone on just now. What's the word? Today is. It's today. But it's also Tuesday. And for the time being, that means Game Dev Tuesdays? Is that what we're gonna call it? Do we have to give it a name? I'm gonna keep working on the Aruba game. Yeah. It's gonna look a little bit like this. This is entirely coincidental, by the way. I just really like this mug. But I've been busy. I've been exceedingly busy. Hold on. One thing I need to do is move that. Hi, Sally. Hi, Sally. Okay. So, Sally, you would know these things. Okay. Okay, so we have fish, sure. Okay? Iguana, aloe, the Fofoti trees on Eagle Beach, cactus. Okay. Flamingo, not really. Except for in a few touristy places. Fine, whatever. California lighthouse, unmistakable, real. Windsurfing, real. More fish, real. Hooiberg, for real. Why like Cuba and Haiti and Santo Domingo and the rest of the islands? Okay, like the rest of like the Dutch islands are here somewhere, sure, but like, why do we need Puerto Rico and Jamaica? I don't know what that bird is, but might be real. Little huts and palm trees, real. Casibari, real. Fish, real. Sunken ship to scuba dive, real. And it's Starbucks, so Starbucks cup, okay, real. So everything is real, but why the big Caribbean islands? That is the one thing that makes me go like, you could have done that better. But everything else, it's pretty nice, isn't it? Hey, Disty. Am I loud? Am I too loud? Is that a problem? Last thing I recorded was for a video. So I messed with the microphone settings a little bit. We're good now, okay. They confuse Sabas and Martinez into statues with Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. Maybe. I don't know if there's like a Curacao. Let me see if there's a Starbucks Curacao mug. Not that I would recognize. Starbucks City mugs. The website called bucksmugs.com. Bucksmugs.com. Countries. Aruba. Is there a Curacao one? Yes. Not Bonaire. Bonaire's too small. Oh, this is old. This is different. This is simpler. 2010. But it looks like it's from the 70s. And then the Curacao one is similar. Starbucks. Curacao mug. Yeah, this is more similar to what we have now. I like the Aruba one better. Yeah, I don't know, some goats. Aruba could have used some goats. Ironically, this little wave graphic that they've got here kind of shaped a little bit like Aruba. I don't know. I'm having tea in this that we got in Switzerland, by the way. Real Swiss tea. So, I've been busy. I've been very busy. Because this is the This is the artifact. This is the official notebook for the game. I started out with notes for the racing game I wanted to make. Remember that? There's some notes there. I didn't go for much. But like, okay, here. It says project restarted in September 2025, and this is what I said. Build it until it exists. I don't know how long that's gonna take. Probably extremely long. But projects for me start the way they always start now, which is with notes, copious amounts of notes. Just an extreme amount of notes. I'm actually very proud of how many notes, because I used to have this issue with creative projects where because of all my various mental conditions, they wouldn't even get to the notes stage. They would be mostly in the concept stage. Also, you can't see this, but behind it, very vaguely behind the tape, it says bullet journal, Sally. Because that's technically what this is. You know, it has the little dots. So the fact that I'm at this stage now where I'm taking this many notes is cool. But this is great for taking notes. But you might have noticed. If you pay close attention, my handwriting is like absolute garbage. And I can't take this with me everywhere I go. This is great for taking notes. It's not great for reading notes. So, what I've been doing is first change the music to something a little more fun. What I've been doing is I asked around for people's favorite like note-taking software, because I have stuff on Notion, but Notion has been getting really into the just shoving their AI features down my throat, and I'm like, I'm not paying for this. I'm not using any of this. I don't need this. I'm sure there's something open source I can use, and that is something called Obsidian. You see, all of this represents all of the notes that I have had, both in this and digitally, which has also been quite a lot over the years, and images, all in one file. Now, it's not hugely organized, but like, as you can see, it's a little more. Oh, this is literally a page called Unsorted Notes. But it's getting a little more organized, because what I do want to do is get a document that I can reference, essentially, because it's a large and complicated project, and I wanna go at it rather organized, methodically. That's the word I was looking for. I want to go at it rather methodically. Because one thing I've learned from doing the videos is ways to like do large complex projects and actually finish them for the first time in my life. Like particularly the longer videos on the YouTube, everything that's over and half an hour long, especially the 45 minutes to 90 minute stuff, takes so much research and work and thinking and planning, that those are skills that I didn't have before at all. And I certainly didn't believe that I could have them. So now I'm at the point where, like, look, maybe I can apply some of that organizational skills to making a game, which has been my dream since I was this big. That big, life size. Hi, Fluff. So this is just, I don't know if I'm gonna have it in the same document, but this is all my notes compiled and mostly organized. Like, I have it divided into general, which is, you know, stuff, world, which is related to the places and the people within it. Oh, this is places. This is still empty. Here I have details on the player home and stuff, but also list of zones, and then the character. I have the multiple inventories we talked about. This is my design for the MP3 player, kind of, and I was working out like it has like I don't want to have the iPod. Okay, so the MP3 player I have decided will be based off of the Creative Zen Micro, which looks like this. Contemporary to the period. Is cute. Is not very big. I think it's like this big. It's not the size of like a classic iPod. I think it's a little smaller. And it has a monochrome display, which will make it a lot easier to kind of make. But I'm not gonna use this exact button interface because I do want to. You know, like I'm not gonna copy stuff one-to-one. I want it to be somewhat original because of whatever copyright, trademark, and making it clear that it's all my own. So I had these drawings of like different kind of interface styles, and also I'm not necessarily going to use all these buttons. And the same thing with the phone. The phone, I've decided it will be based on the Nokia 3200. Right, which is this beauty. I had this as a teenager. This was my last high school phone. You had that one, Sally. Steph had one. In fact, it's still in a box here somewhere. She still has hers somewhere, so I don't have to buy one in order to kind of like look at it and make a 3D model out of it. But I want to do something kind of based on it, but doesn't look the same. But also, the cool thing about this was the case was clear. You lost yours in the plane. You know, Steph said that hers was stolen. That she stole it, but I don't think she stole it from you. Yeah, Noya, you could have had a free Patreon subscription. You missed out. But the fun thing is, like the cases were clear, and this part, the colored part, is just an inlay. So I could have that in the game too, that you could have a custom inlay. But I'm probably going to change the shape a little bit and not have it be exactly the same. But do I have that written down? Yeah, this is my beautiful written down copy. Hold on. There's going to be keys. There's going to be a wallet. There's going to be a watch. The watch will be based off of the Casio F87W. Which is this one. Do I have a better... Now what's the common one? The very popular one is the F91, but I wanted to go a little bit more niche. The same reason that I'm not using an iPod or a different phone or whatever. The phone is the phone I had. I think that's what I want to go for. I did not have an MP3 player back then. I had a CD player that could read CDRs and could read MP3s off of CDRs. But like, if I made that in the game, that would be too unwieldy. I had thought of getting one of those like shitty little pen MP3 players. It's just a USB stick. But I want something a little nicer. And the Creative Zen Micro is that. I like it that it's colorful. Look, you have so many colors. I have and I've ordered one. I was seeing these for sale on Vinted, going for like 40 to $60 a pop, which is obviously outside of my price zone. But someone was selling one that was not functioning, and it shipped is 11 euros to me. It's the black one, unfortunately, but it'll be good as a model. And the thing is, it's not working because it doesn't come with a charger. but it has mini USB. That's all. So that shouldn't be a problem for me. So yeah, I've been going through the notes, and in fact, so what I want to do now, but I'm not going to do this on stream because it'll be boring as shit. But what I'm going to do now is I have all these notes. I have all these things written down as notes. Right, even concepts. I have links. I have technical stuff like on my list of Godot plugins that I could potentially use. Resources for textures and stuff set up. But a lot of this will be just my source of notes, and then what I'm going to try to do, which is going to be very difficult, is to shape it into a living document. You threw out your creative zen when it died. Tiny little hard drive. Those are so cute. I have a do I have it here somewhere? I don't know if I have it here. Oh no, this is phones. These are old phones. This is an HTC Desire. But see, this is a little outside of the age range. This is like 2009, 2010. I'm looking for... I have some more gadgets. I have it somewhere. This is my main MP3 player for a long time. Here's the box for my old HTC Hero. It was a great phone. It was too slow, but it was great. Yeah. Oh, look. Well, this was my phone when I first came to the Netherlands, which is some Nokia or whatever. It's like a business phone, but it had Let me see if I can open it up. Can I open this up? This is always so hard to open up. There we go. Battery's still okay. It had room for like an MMMC card or an SD card, so I could play music off of this. Battery's not swollen. And then I upgraded to this Sony Ericsson. This is like the W880i, I think. Look at that. Look at how thin it is. Okay, it's also bent. There's a story behind that, but like, if I compare this to my current phone, right, which is like, oh, look how thin it is. It's like, this was like in 2010 or whatever, 2009. This is awesome. Yeah, it was a pretty decent MP3 player, but, it didn't have a headphone jack. It didn't have a headphone jack. I walked into a park bench and, bent it, but it still worked. And also, as you can see, this rubber coating is like melting. It's gross. And the battery for this... oh no, I got a replacement battery. That's still fine. I remember the battery for this swelling up also. But this was a great phone. Great phone. The Hero, the HTC I got after this. This doesn't have GPS, but I had Google Maps on this thing. And it was accurate enough with, you know, determining your location through cell towers and stuff that I did use it for biking. The buttons were a little sharp though, but cool brushed metal. You know, selfie cam. The good shit. But then my real upgrade, and I wish I could put this in the game, but again, it's anachronistic, is this Sony Walkman MP3 player. And again, thin. It's this a perfect size. And I think it was like 8 gigs or whatever. And just simple. I think at this point you could just drag and drop files, and I didn't have to use the Sony software. I don't know, but it's like so nicely made. Look at that back. The finish on that is still really nice. It's still, except for the sticker, and then it's just a little dirty. And the screen is plastic, of course, so it's a little scratched up. But I got a lot of use out of this. So that, you know, those are not things I can use because they're all too new. They're too new. So then I went looking for what MP3 players existed in 2005, and I settled on the Zen. I thought about giving the player something a little shittier, but I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I'm thinking about the character that you're playing as. You know, who are you playing as? Like, My Summer Car has this... You have this sense that you're playing as this kid who's like, alone in the summer for the first time. Kind of, like, moving onto adulthood. And I have a similar thing where, like, I've realized... This was the first MP3 player you had. Oh my god. It's a Rio, though. Rios were okay, right? But that shape... What were they doing? The year 2000. I'm starting to think of, like, what the character is. And I'm noticing that I've been putting more and more of myself into the game, and I recognize. I think I have it written down in the notes here somewhere. Unsorted notes. Yeah, I was daydreaming about how I'd recreate Colony, which is a Colony is. Colony is this part here, right next to the refinery, and this is where all the executives lived when the refinery was at its height, and it was basically like a gated community. And now they built a huge, giant, ugly-ass hotel here. And I was just kind of realizing that what I was doing was designing the game. The idea of recreating these, like, miniature versions of places that I remembered has kind of a therapeutic value. Because one thing, like, this game kind of came out of this change I had, because for the longest time I had rejected Aruba. That was one of the reasons why I hadn't gone back in so long, in like 15 years. And slowly but surely I came to recognize that, like, I came to accept the parts of myself that were from there. But one problem I had as a kid, because you're a kid, is Aruba is a very car-centric place. And I never had a driver's license. I turned 18, I could have gotten a driver's license. I never went for it for whatever reason. And one thing I've noticed too, as I've gone back on vacation and I need to be driven around to places, so, you know, we need my mom or my sister or whoever else to drive us around to explore, is I don't get to make the place my own. And while in the future I would like to get a driver's license, and then when I go on vacation, rent a car and kind of, you know, your brain does something to a place when it's able to navigate in there. It creates this internal model of a place. Like here in Leiden, I can walk wherever I need to go. If I had a bike, I can bike wherever I need to go. I can take the bus wherever I need to go. If I want to go further, I can take the train wherever I need to go. So I feel like I have agency. You know, Aruba for the longest time represented a place that did not have my consent. Like, I moved there when I was little. I didn't choose to move there. For various reasons, I rejected it, and I felt like it rejected me. And And as I grew up, I realized I shouldn't reject it, and I should let it welcome me. And it has, to a great extent. But I feel like making a 3D explorable version of the place, even if it's just small sections, yeah, it has a great therapeutic value. So I wanted to put more of myself into it, and that's why this particular phone, not this particular watch. I mean, I did have a small Casio at some point, but in high school I had graduated to G-Shocks. But G-Shocks are a little too masculine for me, I think. And an MP3 player, because while I did not have an MP3 player when I was there, I was always listening to music, because that was one way that I stayed sane. I still do. I mean, I've got music playing right now during the stream, right? I need to basically always have music playing or I'm gonna go crazy. So what I want to do today is twofold. One, you start with one, now with two. One, the great notebookening. It actually continued a little bit before, where I had a page and a half more of notes that need to be put down somewhere on two specific things. And then we're going to go back into the character controller. Also, depending on where my energy levels are, I may go a little long today, because I'm trying to be a little bit more flexible with how I stream. If that is okay with you, if you don't like that, then I don't know. What do we do? Where do we go? Okay, so step one. Let's go through the notes so I know where to put them. It took me all weekend to digitize these notes, by the way. It was quite an intensive process, but through that I have learned how to use Obsidian, and I also have it synced to my laptop, which is great. So I was thinking out loud a little bit on Blue Sky about how let's get something nice. There. About how I have always appreciated it in first-person games when you can see your body, even if it's just legs. Well, I mean, with first-person shooters, usually you can at least see the hands on the guns, right? Like Doom and GoldenEye don't have hands on guns, but pretty much everything from like the generation after that, even Perfect Dark, the hand was holding the gun or the item or whatever. And then Halo had legs. I don't know if Halo is the first game where you could see your legs. But I like that sense of embodiment. And since what I'm trying to do here too with the game is not just embodiment, but like that level of interactivity that you would have in, say, a Duke Nukem or wherever, where everything you feel could be touched and react can be touched and reacts, right? Light switches, windows, any kind of like little item. So then it makes sense that to enhance that, you know, if I want to have this going on, if I believe that this makes a game better, shouldn't my game have that embodiment? And then I keep writing this down because it's important for me to remember this as I'm developing this thing that is far beyond the scope of what my current skills are, that I'll be building the skills up for as I go along during a very long period in which I am not at all funded for any of this. I'm barely funded for these streams, right? Let alone making games. I am, among other things, resource poor. So I need to think a lot about compromise and what I am willing to compromise on and what I am not willing to compromise on, and the extent of the compromise. So I have, for instance, here in the file, I have very far off ideas. This is like, you know, if I get to work on this full time and everything turns out to be easy, I can add this stuff. Animals walking around. certain locations and jokes. Paintball, not necessarily as a game you can play, but a paintball gun that works and has some kind of function. A little boat on the south side of the island you can use to go to one of the reef islands with. Or going snorkeling or scuba diving. These are like, not only are they not minimum viable product, they're so far beyond it. They're like beyond stretch goals. So I'm like, yeah, is an animated arm and leg situation, and body maybe even, that you look down and you see your body. That would be a far off idea, because it would require a lot of animation. It would require a lot of like questions answered. For instance, what do you look like? I have this idea in my head that the main character is genderless and not too light-skinned. That's basically it, right? But what are you wearing? What are the clothes? Can you change those? Those are all things that I need to think about as I'm making this, if I decide to do that. And I say that here, like this made me realize that I need to divide my concepting into separate tiers. I have the minimum viable product, and minimum viable product is pretty set in my head. That is one location to drive around, not other areas. That is a basis of the life sim and life management and job sim stuff worked out. That is like, I could sell this for $5, maybe $10 in early access, right? Or I could use this as a maybe even more than a demo, but as a basis for crowdfunding, saying like, give me X amount of money and I can add these locations. Something I could potentially sell. That's minimum viable product. I have that pretty solidly in my head. And then I have ideas for content after that. If that is successful enough, I can add, oh, you can drive around a small map version of the island, and there are other locations, and in these other locations you can do other things. And then there's the far off ideas, the post stretch goals, you know, animals walking around, a certain level of detail. I have this idea for an in-game console that I could make little games for, collectibles, you know, stuff that really kind of like deepens your relationship to whatever the environments already are. And the border between MVP, so minimal viable product, and the post content is hard, right? It's the MVP has to be defined very strictly. Everything past that, I can be more fluid, and for the far off ideas, I can be as fluid as possible. So far off, ideal, you have a whole body, you have everything is animated and working and great and looks cool. Your legs have like inverse kinematics, you know, whatever that is. But then I realized, well, I have two important questions. One is, well, even for the minimum viable product, I have ideas that will require at least arms and hands, right? If you're using a phone in the game, I don't want it to be like what's it called? Grand Theft Auto 4 and 5. Just have a little phone, you know, the little phone just pop up in the corner. I that to me is unacceptable. I would want at least for it to look something like this. You know, it pops up in the corner, but your hand is on there, and potentially your thumb is actually following whatever you're doing. So if you're going up and down in a menu, your thumb is doing that. That feels important to me. If you have a watch, I find it important that you have a watch, right? You have a watch, right? Everyone has a watch. You have a watch. you need to have an arm that goes like this. Now, my summer car has this, for instance, right? It doesn't have embodiment, but it does have arms for basic item usage when you're drinking. When you're holding something, it's just floating in front of you in the air. That's exactly the kind of thing where I'm like, I don't want that. If you're holding something, I want you to be holding it. It doesn't need to be perfect. It can just be like, whatever. So there's so many questions there. And then I think the minimum viable product will at least need arms. And also for when you're driving. Because the one thing that really bothered me about Half-Life 2 is you've got these vehicle sections. And like, especially the vehicles in Half-Life 2, they're these like shitty scrapped together piles of junk just made out of tube frames. So they're all like, they're already very light and open. And I don't know, the FOV and whatever, you just have this steering wheel just kind of floating there and just turning. And you can look down and you see an empty chair. Now again, if I'm not doing a body where I'm doing animations for everything, you're gonna look down and see an empty chair. But I would at least maybe like to have arms that like are holding the steering wheel and that properly turn it. Maybe even shift if you need to shift. Ooh, a little more far off if you're like using the stalks to change the light or indicators or whatever. That maybe that too. I feel like I'd be betraying myself if I didn't do at least that. Thanks, Grace. How are you doing, Grace? It's impossible for me to make this game without a good, solid document structure, and this is just the beginning. The other thing is, I have this idea for the underarm. How did it go, Grace? The pictures look great. And you found an American copy of some DS game. I noticed that it was an American copy because it had T for teen. I have an American copy of Carol Vorderman's Sudoku for the PSP that I got here for some reason. So the other thing is Trauma Center. There you go. The other thing is like, yeah, I want the character to hold items, but also I have the underarm inventory, and I have as it is right now, solidified how I want the underarm inventory to work. And that is, you have 3 sizes of items. Right? You have small, which would be like something like this. You have medium, which would be, you know, something like this. And then large would be like a box or something like that, and that would require 2 hands. Now, how do I communicate if something is being held with 2 hands? I need hands, right? I need hands to at least hold it like this. But also I have my amazing, unique concept, the underarm inventory. Now you can finally go back to a healthier life with actual free time. Hey, you did get paid for this though, right? You got at least some scratch for it. You got your name out there. You got business cards with a little rat that you handed out. The underarm inventory, I want to explain. Basically, what I want to be possible in this game is, okay, I pick something up, right? In a game, you pick up one item, you can't pick up another item. Now, in real life, I can do this, and I can hold 2 items. But that might be a little too complicated in the game because you have like 1 click. But what if in the game, you know, I have 1 item, I have it in my hand, right? And then I can press a button You do this. I need to show that, right? I need to show that, right? But also, okay, now I can pick up another item, because this is stored. Right? I can pick up another item. But what if I could press a button, and I could do this? Right? And I could pick up another item. I could do whatever I want with that item. I could maybe even use it, right? What if I could do this? Okay, now 3 items. That seems about right. Now I can pick up another item. There. I have 3 items under my arm, and I have 1 item in my hand. That I could do whatever. I could place it. I could use it. Whatever. My hand is free. Then I can put this back. And I can go, you know, it's like a magazine in a gun. If I hit a button and the last item I put in is back in my hand. I'd use this to look at birds in a little tree outside my window. Alright? I hit this button and I got my water bottle. I could use it, I can move it, I can put it around, etc. And the idea is then also you have, like I said, you have 3 item sizes. The underarm has 3 slots for small, or 1 medium and 2 small. And large you can't put under your arm, because large is like, actually like, I'm not gonna put this under my, I mean, I could put this under my arm. Now that's a question. You put a large item under your arm? And it takes up the whole thing? That depends on what large item will be. But see, this is why I like doing these streams, because I have to think out loud. The fat bikes are a menace, Grace. They're a menace, but I still like them more than scooters because they're not noisy. Let me just write this down. Q. Q. What if you could put an L item under arm, but it takes up the whole inventory. Depends on how big an L item really is, because some would be impractical, but also it's a video game. It still slows you down. I have that too in my head. If you're holding a, do I have that written down here? Running, when underarm inventory is in use, running is disabled. Okay, so I already have that. If you have a little something, anything under your arm, you can't run just because you're a little compromised. So that is the questions of arms and animations and embodiment, but that kind of leads into issue number 2 that I've been thinking about, which is art style. And this is still something that's a little far off, but I already want to be thinking about it. I already want to have it rummaging around in my brain somewhere. Because again, let me reiterate, I am resource poor. Right? I am resource poor, both in the literal sense and in the skills sense. So, in general, for general art style, what I don't want is my summer car style, everything is just JPEGs. Alright, my summer car leans into it, sometimes to its benefit, where like, yeah, a pile of logs is literally just a blob with a picture of a pile of logs on top of it. And the characters are obviously just like faces plastered onto poor whatever. And it works for that game because the whole point of it is it's kind of a crude and, you know, handcrafted. I don't want that. And besides that, for me to get accurate pictures as textures from Aruba, I would need to have better access to Aruba. Now, I plan to go to Aruba again at the end of this year for my birthday. If the gods will it. And I definitely want to do some, like, better location. I want to take a couple of days to actually do some proper, like, location scouting. Even though I already have a lot of pictures from the place that I wanted to have to go in with a vision. But, like, for me to get, like, proper textures that I want, because I'd also want it to be accurate. That's the same reason I don't want to do, like, a realistic Unreal Engine style. I can't achieve that practically. And I also don't like how it looks. Now, the other option is to go a little further the other way. Let me see. Store. Oh, we're in the store. There was a game called My Garage. Like, you have this a lot. This kind of Unity style. Where you have a mix of, like, textured materials and base color materials. Monbazoo has this too. Oh, show. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, you see here too, like, the car is just colored. The wall barely has any texture. The lighting, there's not a lot of, like, consideration made for the lighting. It seems like Monbazoo has this even more, where there's some areas where it's like, yeah, this is like, this is not a metal material. This is just red with some properties on it. And then you go even further. What was that one called? Motor Town? Motor Town. Yeah, Motor Town has like a little bit of a low poly-ish aesthetic. You know, that faux low poly, flat shaded. You know, Rainy City Racer. Not on here. Rainy City Racer. Rainy Day Racer. Rainy Day Racer. Is that the one you were thinking of? Yeah. Yeah, so this I would call, which is, look, I've put it also, like, I have like this list of, like, not this, don't want that, don't want that, I don't want retro. This is nice. High res retro. But, like, I think, you know, the kind of autistic part of my brain, if it would want to do a retro style, I'd want to go all in. And need I remind you, I'm resource poor. All in means, like, I'd want to be accurate. So, and I also don't want that. I don't want that that low poly, flat shaded, Virtua Racer, whatever. What I am thinking. Yeah, Screamer, that's too DOS. Again, that's too retro. What I am thinking, and I'm not, oh wait, no, actually, I might have a good example of that. Where is it? What's it called? I am thinking something a little bit more painterly. I'm thinking like, what I'm thinking is Landlord Super, but more colorful and bright. You see the textures have this a little bit like painterly, blurry quality to them. The hands too. Not obviously I wouldn't do the Landlord Super Frankenstein zombie hands, but the environments have a certain, you know, like the grass texture. Well, it had a mix. The grass textures were like retro, but some of the other textures are a little bit more like, you can kind of almost see the brush strokes. And I'm thinking something like that, because what I have is, what I want in the game is scale. Big scale, right? There's going to be points, maybe not in the minimum viable product, but there's going to be points where you'll be standing on hills and you'll be able to see the entire island. And even in the minimum viable product, the drive from your work to your house is about 2.5 kilometers. So that is maybe a 5-minute drive, which in video game terms is like an eternity, right? But I also have, you know, you have your little devices that you interact with. So those are like detailed. Painterly, broad, colorful strokes don't work with that. So I have the way I have it written down here is, at large scale, environment-wise, buildings from a medium distance, ground textures, even plants and rocks and stuff, very painterly, very focused on color and texture, but like not realistic texture, but like, you know. And then at the small scale, when you're interacting with little devices, when you're inside a building, then I focus on detail. Then there's a little bit more to the texture that is based on photographs, but probably still run through a filter or modified in some way. And there's an intricacy to everything, and there's a materiality to stuff. You know, like I don't like this. You have this, like Mon Bazou, just like My Summer Car. It's very much focused on the car, right? It's like, yeah, the car is the most important thing. But like, I don't like how little detail there is. I feel like if the cars are so important, there needs to be more detail to this. Why is the ground texture so detailed and then the car is so plain? You know, obviously I'm gonna be basing the main car will be based off of a Suzuki Jimny, and those tend to have like cool little graphics and stuff. But like that's the kind of stuff I think about. Like, you can't even see the seam, the panel between the door and the front quarter panel. And so I want the island to be beautiful. I'm not making a car game, no, but the car matters. The car matters because Aruba is a car-centric country. I'm not making a car game like all these other car games. They're about customizing the car in detail and that kind of stuff. I'm not doing any of that. But you'll be spending a lot of time with the car. And it is important to me that if I, you know, like again, art style is something that's still very far off. I'm not even sure if I'll get there this year. Because there's another component that I still need to talk about. We'll get there. Which is related to the arms. HIT M3. Game big. Oh no, we're there. Yeah, again, this is This is a little bit what's it called? Fear effecty? But again, I'm thinking this is I like the colors. But I don't want to go for the retro style. I don't want to go for the low-res, non-filtered, pixelated textures. Not for this! You know I like that very much. I think it's very cool. For this project, I don't think it's correct. But this trailer brings me, or this game, brings me very much to another aspect that will be very important. This game will have a lot of NPCs. Alright. It will have... I'm imagining, like, again, I don't know why I ever closed this. Okay. I'm imagining you're sitting here working in this building and a literal busload of tourists come out and I need to have people exiting that bus. And then again, when I look at other games and how they do characters, if this game even if this trailer even has characters in it. Oh, this is Mombazoo. Come on. You have characters in your trailer? Okay. Well, they wisely don't show it because... Oh, cool. 1.0 released on my birthday. Oh, there. You can kind of see it there. The characters are faceless. And that's a compromise they made, right? And I totally get that. If you give these characters faces, do they need to animate and whatever. I will also need to make that compromise because making and animating characters isn't easy. And I might want to have different body types. I might want to have children. I might want to have, you know, like, these are going to be mostly American tourists. They're not all going to have the same body shape, if you know what I mean. So I have had thoughts about how do I unplug my headphones violently. How do I being resource poor, how do I do NPCs in this game in a way that works for me and looks the way I want it to look? And a thought I had, and I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but it's a thought that's been ringing through my head, is there could be one somewhat retrographic-y component to this game. And that is, what if I made the characters that walk around and do everything, what if I made them 2D sprites? Right? Like Doom enemies. Like pre-rendered 2D sprites. I can basically, I do still have to animate them, but I don't have to animate them in engine other than like play a 2D animation off of the right angle, because they still have to change based on what angle you're looking at them at, right? That's a thought that I've had, and they could be like low res, they could be a little stylish, and that way I could get away with not having a whole lot of detail to the characters. But that comes with its own limitations too. Like, I can see them popping out of the bus, you know? Like popping out of the bus, spawn. Oh, sorry, I don't have the thing. Spawn. And then have them walking around and go wherever, and then go back in. Whereas if they're 3D, like you have this in games, right? When you go when you go to a certain realism level, there are expectations about how they animate. You see this a lot with like these cheap kind of budget bus simulators and stuff like that. Like a character will walk onto the bus and the animation is stiff and all that stuff because you can't have a motion capture rig and all that shit. So my brain is a little bit like, could I do that? But then, what do I do for characters that are more detailed? What do I do for characters that you are like interacting with? You know, like I have this idea for characters that are named, that are unique. Will they still look like that? Would that work? Would that still look nice? Do I need to give them more detail, facial characteristics? You know, I don't know yet. So that's still kind of ringing around in my head. Heaven's Vault. Right. This is, you know, this is the not the look. Well, the environments are a little painterly, but the implementation that I'm after, in a way, yes. Cartoony, actually. This cartoony could work. Notes. Visual details. Do I have general notes? Doc notes. I'll just put this in unsorted notes. Oh, if 2D sprite characters. If 2D sprite characters. Detail could be retained with drawings like in Heaven's Vault. Thanks, Grace. Although I can't draw, but doesn't have to be low-res sprites. Work. I would love something that does reverse the Expedition Caribbean, like Blue Skies but dirty. I will say this: most people, when they think Caribbean, they're thinking more like Guadeloupe or Puerto Rico. You know, the Bahamas. Right? They think very green. And the thing is, Aruba and the islands on here have a much more arid climate. That's one of the things that makes them so great, is it doesn't rain a lot. So if you... Can I go down? Can we find a nice picture? I don't want to see pictures of people. More rocky... Okay, people are being fashionable here. These are the colors that I'm after, right? The way I want to use photos is at least for color swatches. I think. But yeah, I have my own reference photos, of course. Do I have? Is there a street view here? Like, okay, this is a little dusty, but look, this looks like fucking Mars, right? This is literally what it's gonna look like. Just blur this a little bit. And you'll see. This is what most of the game will look like, and it'll be very dusty and whatever. So I will play around with that. I want it to be a somewhat realistic impression. Can you zoom in? Photo filter, maybe? Let me put that in where is that? I had a visual detail note. Gray suggests unique photo filter / make tap into reference material. But yeah, so I, you know, the landscape being so different, and again, like, okay, this is the whole island, but the minimum viable product will literally be just this area. Titanic style characters, Noya. Well, I don't want portraits, but for like animation of like, yeah. Noya is a genius, and suggests Titanic adventure out of time style character graphics. Like maybe not for the facial stuff, but the way they are cutouts could inform animations for more detailed unique characters, plus how to render them. I like that. I need to actually like transcribe these notes. Was the idea? Character. Does being character controller? No. Character. Arms. I don't need that to be all caps. Sorry. For MVP, I will need... Oh, but here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. This is the thing that gets me. Okay, so let's say we do sprites for characters, Titanic style or not. How do I do my arms? Okay, my arms can also be sprites, right? My arms are also sprites. How do I use my watch? The phone will be a 3D object. The MP3 player will be a 3D object. I can see holding this. Like, you can see, okay, the hand is a sprite and the thing is a 3D object. But a watch... I'm a little more confused about that. That needs to be some kind of hybrid. I need everyone's opinion on something I cannot solve. For my low-beam FMV game, I created some AI portraits in 2022 or so because stock photos didn't cut it. The portraits are pretty unique, not sloppy, but they're still AI, only 120, 120 each, but they're my characters. How should I proceed in 2026? I would say, I would say you're better off having an off-ramp and not having the AI generated anything in the game itself. But I think you would be safe in using what you have already created as a basis, drawing over them, you know, making them from scratch anew but looking similar. That would be my thing. Arms, okay. For MVP, I will need arms for such things as watch, phone, MP3, wallet, use, picking up items, and showing what's in underarm, and picking up, holding items, And steering wheel. Interacting with other world things like buttons, doors, whatever. Questions. If arms are sprites / 2D, how would the watch look on it in 3D? And when using pocket items, these also, sorry. When using pocket items, does the thumb match UI behavior? And this is just a funny thing I want to do. If I have arms and I have this sense of embodiment, right? If you're driving, you could be going like this. But what if the arm is down, at some points you just want to kind of lean your arm? If driving and window is down, could be moments where lean your arm on the door. What else? Far off. Very far off ideas. Re-embodiment. If characters are sprites / 2D, how would I do legs / body? If player character is genderless, which player character is genderless. Player character is genderless. But what do they look like / where? What about sitting and stuff? Do I have sitting? Anywhere? Sit. Can I search in everything? Alt Enter. I don't have sitting. No. How do I search? How do I search in everything? Oh, here. Sitting. Stamina, energy, sitting. You can't interact with just sitting. Okay. Yeah. Very far off ideas. Right. Okay. All right. So what I'm doing is oops. Wrong button. What I'm doing is once I've added a page satisfactorily into my digital notes, I do a little stripe. And actually, I think I have general. Oh, sorry. I have general world character management concepts technical. I need visual. I need a new folder just for visual. Visual, audio visual. 7. Audio visual. And then a new folder just for notes. And then a new note called art style thoughts. Notes. Thoughts. Okay. Don't want JPEG look. Don't want plain untextured, flat, shaded, retro look. Don't want authentic retro N64/PS1/PS2 style. Don't want overly realistic Unreal style. Is that it? Yeah. Hey Daniel. Don't want I want detail and scale. And I am resource poor. Something painterly like Landlord's Super, but much more colorful and bright. At a large scale, color and texture dominate. At small scale, detail and tangibility and materiality. At medium scale, mix. All right. How are you doing today, Daniel? I've spent more than an hour just talking. Didn't know that was possible. I do want to get into Godot today because I want to still play around with the character controller. Not complaining. You're allowed to complain if you want. It's okay. Just ate a good pasta bolognese. Nice. I'm happy for you. Okay. I am, you know, I am, chugging along. I have plenty to complain about. I found this, vehicle controller project on YouTube that made me a little bit excited, because it's like for a little monster truck, but also it has bones for like basic suspension, and it has like damage that allows like the bumpers to kind of loosen. So I feel like this could potentially be a decent basis for... Oh god, why is this full screen? Oh god, how do I get out of this? How do I change that? Run. Accessibility display. Display. Can I play it embedded? Whatever. 1600 by 900. Windowed. Where is embed? I think if we play it now, it should be better. Okay, that's 1600 by 90. Oops. Oops. Oh my god. Godot, what did you do? Christ, just want to show off this thing. Anyway, I'll show it off like this. So yeah, it has like a basic suspension. It has a basic vehicle thing. You can actually see like the suspension bouncing around a little bit. Now, here's the thing. I see this so much. A lot of this space loose brake. Yeah, see, look, you have like bumpers and doors that are open and they're like physics things. So that's something I might want, because my vehicle. What I want for my vehicle is, and this is what I want for my vehicle. First off, which is like what we'll be working on in the next couple of months, is I'll just have a slab with wheels, and you can click on it and you sit in it, right? That's step one, and then your controls are you drive the vehicle and not walk around. That's going to be complicated enough for me at my skill level to do. But what I want for the vehicle, in the end, is you can open the door. There's a hood latch. You can open the hood. Under the hood, in the Suzuki Jimny / Samurai, is the a car jack. You can use the car jack. You could potentially change tires. Tires can go flat. Geometry can deform if you crash. The car has a condition. What else? All the buttons and shit on the dash work. There's a seat belt. You know, so there's a lot I want to do there. But like, what I usually find with these examples that I find online is the scale is just so small. Here too, the scale is like third person, whatever. And one thing I really, really, really want to recreate, and there's like so few games that do this right, is in my summer car, when you're traveling 20 kilometers an hour, it still feels like there's momentum to your car. And I think it's not so much because the physics in that game are different or anything. I think it's because you have a certain relationship to your car that makes you care about it in a different way than if you're playing a racing game. And because it's all in first person. So there's a visual scale, and there's a, I guess you could call it an interaction scale that help create that sense of weight and care for, because in my summer car, if you crash your car at 20 kilometers an hour, that'll do damage to it, and that's in that game. That's damage that you then have to repair. It sucks because it won't just, you know, that game simulates the level of suspension down to like tie rods and whatever, where your steering alignment actually gets fucked up. I'm not gonna do that, but I think that's something that I want to, that I feel like I really want to have in this game, is you're not just sitting in a go-kart, you know, an off-road go-kart that can go anywhere and do whatever. In most racing games, when you're going fucking 200 kilometers an hour, it doesn't really feel like you're going 200 kilometers an hour. If you were sitting in a car going 200 kilometers an hour, your asshole would be clenched tighter than the inside of a black hole. You know, you'd be like, ugh! And every little movement of the steering wheel would make you freak out. You know, have you ever sat in the car of your friend's mom driving you home while she was angry? Okay? Your friend's mom, who was never the friendliest person, who has a temper, and she was driving angry. Alright? And you're sitting in there holding on for dear life because she's just driving you home from school, but she is angry. And she is in control of a very heavy vehicle powered by the explosions of dinosaur juice. In a country which has, like, you know, not the highest reputation for traffic safety, as it is. That's the feeling. That's the feeling that I want to recreate. When you're driving your car, I want you to drive slow. Because that feels better. Like, there is this thing, for instance, in... I've been doing my research. Okay. There's this thing in Suzuki Samurais, especially ones that have been customized to some extent, where when they reach a certain level of speed, the steering wheel starts shaking. The entire steering system is, like, incapable of, like, keeping itself together. If you like need to go from your work to your house in 2.5 minutes instead of 5 or 7 or however long it would take at 30 kilometers an hour, because it's mostly dirt roads too. You can try, you can make it, but you're gonna feel like it's dangerous. That's what I want it to feel like. So, you know, okay, this is a pre-built, like, car controller that has bones for well, the bones are purely for the animation, right? The where is the car? Here. Oh, it's here. The car simulation is being done entirely by let's see. The car simulation is being done, like, basically, like, by a hitbox and some wheels. That's it. It's not... I don't know why the hitbox looks like this either, but it's not using the models in any way to simulate the suspension. Nor do I think I need to do it too detailed, like on my summer car, because you're in first person, you're going to be in the car. And the NPC vehicles, which we'll be driving around, will, you know, they'll be a lot less detailed, both in their physics and in their, in how they look. But still, like, you know, I want you to be sitting in that car and feeling that even though it's a two-way thing, because the Suzuki Samurai is noted for being a fun car because it's compact, it's four-wheel drive, although in my case that'll be disabled, and it's you know, it's a little off-road fun little thing. But at the same time, it needs to get you from A to B. And although the rumors were, or there's like a lawsuit involved with some, like, American consumers union about its penchant for rolling over when you're steering too quickly, that can still happen if you drive it like a video game. That's very important to me. But that's one thing I just wanted to show. We don't need to save. Let's go back to prototype 1, because that's the other thing that I've done. And I'm gonna I think what I want to do is I want to involve patrons. Patreon.com/alienbob. I want to involve patrons a lot with the development of this game. Like, obviously, once I get to, like, playable builds, they'll be the first to have access to it and help me test it and whatever. But I think I'm gonna do, like, depending on how the progress goes, monthly or whatever period devlogs where I go into detail. But the idea is essentially this. I have a development path ahead of me. I have several levels of prototypes until I have one that I feel is detailed enough for me to build upon. Bunch of pre-alphas, alphas, private betas, public betas. Again, I am not a software developer. This is just me kind of trying to make it work in a way that works for me. But prototype 1, which is what I'll be working on over the next few weeks, will be a basic character controller, a basic test environment, so something like this, but a little more for my needs. A basic vehicle, which again is just the platforms with wheels, essentially. Just to come to grips with some things. It's not even about feeling or physics or anything like that. It's mostly to develop the character controller. And the character controller will be based off of this, right? Forget what it was called. This was the this is the one. The Quality Godot first-person controller V2. So, what I want to do now, environment, that can go, that's not necessary. Create a new folder, call it prototype 1, no, just call it environment. No, we don't need to do shit. We're going to create a new scene. It's going to be a 3D scene, and it's going to be called environment. P1 environment. Yeah. All right. And we will need, I want to make a copy of first person character controller. Here, character controller. Which one was this called? Join file system. Okay. We're going to make a copy of FPC. Or I'm going to make it from scratch. Can we do that? No, just animations and shit. Copy. That's the character controller. I'm just like half of what I'll be doing in these streams is just remembering, not even remembering, learning how Godot works. I accidentally opened Shutter Encoder. Yeah, don't need you. How do I copy a scene? Save scene as. There we go. Up, we're not in add-ons. P1 character. So, does the character controller use any resources? Reticles. And, debug. Okay. P1 character. I have the script, but the script is elsewhere. And I have the debug panel. I need it all to be like separate. Is there a reference here to reticle? Where is it? Default reticle. Okay, and how do I can detach script and then attach another script. So I'm gonna copy all these. Move duplicate to as copy. Reticle 1 duplicate. I will move that. All right. I think maybe let's move all of that to a folder. P1 stuff. I don't know what editor module is. Does not affect runtime yet, but will in the future. Okay. Well, that doesn't tell me much, does it? Okay, so let's add a child node, which is what? CSG. CSG mesh 3D, and the mesh will be a CSG box 3D. $30 meters by 30 meters? Is that big enough? No. Let's do 100 by 100. Can we do like... Do we have grid textures? How does sorry, I have an add-on called CSG Toolkit. That's for combiners. Don't care about that. I could use a world environment. And a directional light. How does directional light work? Directional light is a type of light 3D that models an infinite number of parallel rays. Yeah. Yeah, so that looks different than mine because that actually has a thingy. Oh, there we go. There is a box. And an arrow. There we go. Does the CHZ box have a CSG boxes have what's it called? Colliders. What material is this? New standard material 3D. Let's just add another CSG box that is subservient to this one. Godot test, no, like level design materials. Any prototype tools? Kenny? Any prototype textures? Add-ons, any prototype textures install. But they're not materials, right? They're just textures. Stuff. Material. Let's just use structure materials, fine. Can I change the texture to Kenny's? Can I just copy the material over? Move duplicate to res P1 stuff, copy. Clear, load. Open a material. Albedo, texture, load path. Worked. Save. Okay. Now for this, clear. Yeah. CSG box. Clear. Okay. So if I now very quickly throw the character controller in here. It's terrible. Doesn't work. Roll environment. What do you need? Alright, good enough. The character has a camera? Okay. There's no collisions? Wondering if that's my fault. Shapes. So the CAG box has... Oh! It's right there! It says use collision. My ass is dumb. Okay. So we've got our basic thing going here. I should probably cast some shadows. Directional light. Shadow on. That'll help separate things a little better. Doesn't need to be perfect. Okay. I also at some point want... So... What I want is... ramps, platforms, some ground. I could probably, like... Sorry, duplicate this. And add a different colored one. Not demo. Add-ons. Any. Purple. Ah, goddammit. That's not what I meant. Oh, fine. Basic is purple. And you can be vector material too. Well, just to have some distinction. Is this 1 by 1 meter? Is that accurate? I don't know if that's actually true. This wall. I'm gonna rename you to wall material. 1. I'm gonna rename you to wall material 2. But like, I need to look at those textures. Open in File Manager. Texture 1 is wall. Okay. Door, supposedly.
Everything is so beautiful.
we'll keep it like this. Thank you, Noya. I need you to have like a thickness of 0. Can I, sorry. Let's start from scratch. Add child node. CSG mesh. Mesh. CSG mesh. And you have a array mesh placeholder mesh. Immediate mesh. Box mesh. Prism mesh. Why is there no like plane mesh? Hey Niall! How are you doing? Can a CSG even be a plane? Godot CSG plane. Cyclops level builder. This updated 10 months ago, 2 weeks ago. Bowl of potato, yum. So how does one make a plane? What is this? This is a box. I just like it to be at 0, you know? Well, I guess if it's right, if it's 1 unit thick, we do 100 wide. And material, we add the orange. And then the size is 1.0, so where's the transform? The position 1.5, then it's at 0. Of course, turn on collision. I'm okay, Niall. I'm like getting into the minutia of things. Okay, so now I want a box. CSG box that is 1 by 1 by 1. Exactly. But also sits at 1. Right? I just want to know. And then we do a duplicate one that is very close to it. That's at 0.1. Sorry, X. Whatever. We can have it. Why is this minus 0.7? 0. Right. Okay, minus 10. I also need to be at minus 10. And I want you to be at minus 1. I think that is not minus 10. Yeah, you're at minus 10. Why do you need to be at minus 11? That doesn't make sense. Oh, you're at minus 10.9. Minus 10. My good bud! Where did you go? Oh, okay, to minus 10.80, 1081. Minus 10, thank you. Okay, and your Y is 1. You need to be at minus 10. And your Y is 1. And your Z needs to be 0. Oh, your Z needs to be, yeah, see, the textures aren't correct. That's fine. So, but you, I want to be too tall. Oh, so you need to be... Alright. And your Y needs to be 2. Or 1.5? No. Weird. I don't know. You both need materials. You don't have collision, that's fine. Alright, so this is 1 meter. And this is 2 meters. That's interesting. Why can't I not jump on this one? You're 2 meters tall. Oh, please, some music. Okay, so I can't jump 1 meter high. Can I crouch jump? Crouch jumping is interesting, huh? I also jump just as high while crouching. I jump higher? Well, in either case, this is 1 meter, this is 2 meters. There might be a motion involvement because of my capsule shape. That's why I'm able to climb. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Alright. So I would also like some terrain here. Can I do a terrain? I just add a terrain 3D? Boop. No data directory specified. Select a directory. Terrain 3D is a little huge, huh? Material terrain regions. Region size 64. Mode is locked. Whatever that means. Overlays. Region grid. Yeah. Instancer grid. Don't know what that is. Vertex grid contours. Ooh. Mesh. Mesh LODs. Mesh size. Much smaller. It is the smallest I can get it. Now, there were tools to edit terrain. Hey, fantastic. Blur mode. Local space snap. How do I... How do I access the terrain editor? I might need to restart, actually. No. Assets. Terrain 3D asset. I read.
Assurance. Today is the day.
Hey, did it not save? Mesh size 8. Yeah, okay, that's saved. It's coming, it's coming. I spent the first hour of the stream mostly talking. The second hour of the stream doing this. That's where we are at this current stage. I'm just trying to... I'm trying to figure out things. You know how it goes. Snapped object to floor. Page down. Snap. I'll need to use. I'll need to learn how to do that. I'm also very, very close to finishing a video. But that won't be coming out this month. For reasons that will become clear. Terrain 3D. Godot Terrain 3D. Have you heard of a game called Despelote? Yes. I'm aware of it. Okay, I don't need downloading. Look, it has stuff on the side here. Where's my stuff on the side? Gizmos. Settings. Is there something in project settings? Terrain 3D enabled. There we go. There we go. Is there like, maybe I need to reset? No. I'm slowly learning all this stuff. I think Despelote does some things that does some of the things that I'm trying to achieve with this game. In the sense that it is trying to create a certain like local vibe, right? Okay, that's the platform. Then we can just kind of create a hilly area or whatever. Although I'm not doing it with narrative in quite the same way. I'm doing it more with pure environment. Meshes. No, not meshes. Paint texture. Spray texture. Height. Add region. Add holes. Navigable area. Instant meshes. Paint wetness. Paint color. But there was more brushes. Here we go. I haven't played it. How much does it cost right now? Despelote. $8.39. Is it on my wish list? It's not on my wish list. Striking visual style, of course. Beautiful game. Look, I wear my inspiration on my sleeve. I'm going for My Summer Car. Right. That's My Summer Car in terms of its ability to tell a story with environment and the characters who live in that environment. I wonder how much detail I can. Okay. Shit, even this small region is still pretty big. What's funny is this Pelote is Peru, right? Ecuador. Sorry. What's funny is, look, if we go back to the map, this is Finland. All right. This is Ecuador. All right. This is Aruba. Tiny place. Tiny little baby place. So it's funny to see these places, these games that are about small places or places that are like not covered as much, and to actually then be doing it myself about a place that is infinitely smaller. With the resources to match. Okay, this will be more than enough for some basic driving around eventually. I'm glad I got this working. It's interesting, like, in the past, when I was, like, really, really deeply afflicted with avoidant personality, I'd have these questions in my head of I don't know how I'm gonna do this. And then they'd never be answered. And now I'm kind of like, yeah, and then I'll just do this, and it'll look like that. Okay, I'm doing it now. Get a few peaks. A few peaks going. So what is instance circuit? Okay. What is the vertex grid? Contours? That's hot. I don't have any navigation, so that's fine. Debug views. Checkered. Height map. Gray. Jaggedness. Interesting. Color map. Rough map. Control texture. Control angle. Auto shader. Texture height. Should I draw a texture? Do we have default texture? We have some ground. We have some rock. I'm not placing any meshes. But like, if I do paint texture. No. What is spray texture then? Right. Interesting. Also that I'm not gonna have to worry about. Yeah, see? I can't go up a certain angle. Just can't. Perfect. It's a little, It's a little like, yeah, you slide down. I like that. So you can try to jump, but you'll slide down. It's a little abrupt. I need to actually write notes. Bring out the old Aruba Untitled Adventure official documentation. Yeah. 2403. 26 stream. Character controller. Stops. Abruptly on angle to iRems. Okay, but that works as intended. What I want to do now, for the most part, is tear away some stuff. What is 17 out of 8? That means that's how many streams I have left to go before the game is finished. Rough estimate. Okay, now we have P1 character. Now we have the add-on. I don't want the add-on script. I want to detach script, and then I want to attach script P1 character. Is that right? No. Attach script. Hold on. This is the one. I'm going to rename you to P1 character.gd. I'm going to rename you to P1 debug. To rename you to P1 editor module. I don't know what editor module is, or if it's even in thing. But if we go to the scene, can we like clear out all the scripts, please? That's all. So you need no, not create. Character.gd. Open. Yes. And then debug panel. Oh, here's editor module. Okay. I guess I can just attach a script. Editor module. What is editor module? I don't know. Don't know what that is yet. I don't think it does anything so far. Okay, let's try to now run, because this is using P1 character, right? Yeah. If everything's properly attached, nope. Because I haven't assigned the nodes in the new thing. Okay. Assign the head node. Assign the camera node. You can't see this. Head bob animation. Jump animation. Crouch animation. Collision mesh. Okay, that's assigned. Default reticle. Do we have that? One reticle. Yeah. All the other stuff is the same. Yeah. I think even though this is just a test environment, I think the sky should be more blue. Don't you agree? Hi, Monochroma. Okay. Okay, how do I explain this? How do I explain this? Do I have it written down somewhere? Okay. Okay, let's start here. Let's start here. Planet Earth. Alright, planet Earth is Africa, Europe, Middle East, Asia, Australia, North America, South America. Oops, I got kind of lost. Here's Venezuela. And here is the island of Aruba. Small island of Aruba. Look, it looks. That's what it's. That's how you spell it. That's where I grew up. And what I want to do is take a tiny little slice of it, about this area here, and create a first-person adventure / life sim / job sim, in which you manage a tourist place here and you live here and you gotta drive back and forth and do a bunch of stuff. And now the difficult part is I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm basically starting from scratch. And right now what I'm working on is just kind of I've taken this character controller in Godot from the asset library. And I'm thinking, there's some stuff here that I want to change, that I want to modify, that I want to adapt, because I have some very specific needs. And I have, like, again, I don't know what I'm doing, but I have in my head this sequence of prototypes in which I'm testing out character controller, basic environment building, vehicle, and how to get in and out of vehicle, that kind of stuff, that I'll then kind of slowly build over the next few months or years, and then from that point on have a foundation from which I can build the actual game. That is the current idea. We'll see how far we get. What I want to do now is I have, this is the wrong scene. What I want to do now is I have this character controller that I took from the asset lib, and there are some features that I can do without, let's just say. And do I have that listed somewhere? Character controller. Hey Snoodle, Capsule is peak male physique. Yeah, I do wanna turn off the mesh though. That shadow is not. There we go. It's better. Oh, but that's a question, isn't it? If I don't have a full 3D body, what will the character shadow looks like? Oh my god. So many questions. Yo. So what will the character shadow look like? Because this is a sunny, very sunny environment. So like just having a little bit of a shadow, you know, that's weird too, because I've had games where you have no character but you do have a shadow. I'd need at least a little dark spot underneath where you stand, right? Maybe? I need at least a little dark spot that projects onto whatever the floor is. Oh gosh. Yeah. At least a dark spot. That projects onto the ground. Turns off when you enter vehicle or sit anywhere. It's gonna bring its whole own complications. But yeah, character controller. So first off, in the script, we'll say untitled. No. Aruba Untitled Adventure. Prototype 1 character controller. Based off quality Widow first person controller D2 MIT license by Colormatic Studios. I mean, I'm not going to open source any of this shit, so I don't need to care about the license so much, but I want to give props where it's due. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm going to be right back because I need to go to the bathroom. And I'm back. What are we talking about? Okay. Let's do a simple one. I think if I'm right. Wasn't there an easy way to do checkboxes? Obsidian. Checkbox. Welcome back. Gotcha. Sick. Obsidian is cool. Crouch staying. Oh, see you later, Sally. As always, I appreciate you being here. Okay. So let's go over the whole thing. All right, we have quality first-person controller from AcidLib. I have copied it into my own scene and everything here, right? With a little bit of environment and a place to draw boxes and all that shit, right? Can I clear the debugger? Can I clear the errors? So that's step one, done. Let's be sure to hit save. Okay, so here's changes that I want to make to it. The simple state machine first-person controller, which I had played around with before, has a forward and backward tilt on move start, which I really like. If you notice, there's a subtle thing, but if you cancel, if you notice with this one that I have right now, when you move, there's like a sideways head bob, which I like. And of course, when you sprint, there is a an FOV change. But that is something that I like. That's a little advanced, though. We're going to start with basics. A zoom function, relatively easy to implement, I think. I think that would just be like middle click changes FOV. The easiest thing to do, rename all instances of sprint to run. Just because I want this to be accurate to my game, to what I'm doing. And I in my game, you're not running and sprinting. You are walking and you are running. Right? So sprint speed. I don't like. Can I? Is there a way to select? Oh, we can just find and replace. Sprint and replace with run. There's 3 instances of the word sprint. Is that true? Okay, this is controls. And there's sprint. There's 6. There's 42. I think we're going to go through them one by one because I want to properly understand. This is helpful to understand the structure of this character controller because I'm going to be spending a lot of time here. So sprint speed. Let's find all instances of sprint speed. There really only 2? Yes. Okay, so that's easy enough. So run speed and is this not the declaration? I broke something already. There's only two. There's only 2. You just set the speed to the sprint speed. Running. Running. Thanks, Niall. Sprint speed. This is where the error is, of course. Yeah. Are we good now? Yes. That's 1 down. Running, crouching, how fast the character speeds up and slows down when motion smoothing is on. How high the player jumps. That'll be important. How far the player turns when the mouse is moved. Invert axes. Whether the player can use movement inputs. Does not stop outside forces or jumping. I will need that. The radical file to run at runtime. Okay. Reference to the camera for use in the character script is the parent node to the camera is rotated instead of the camera for mouse input. Reference to the camera for use in the character script. Head bob animation, jump animation, crouch animation. Okay. Using UI controls because they are built into Godot engines so they can be used right away. That can be cleaned up. Bob note. This can be cleaned up. Simplified. Export group controls. Use the input map to map a mouse. Sprint. Project settings. Input map. Sprint. I'm going to change that to run. Is run. That should be enough to have that fixed. Yep. Okay. Now, how many times do we find sprint as the controls, as a dictionary entry. 5 times. Controls at sprint, controls at sprint, controls at sprint. So. Place that with capital run. And let's try to run it again. Yep. Okay. Controller specific. We haven't tested that yet. Analog stick, controls camera, blah blah blah. That's just looking. Feature settings: jumping enabled. In-air momentum. A lot of this is going to be removed. Enables or disables sprinting. Running. Sprint enabled. How many times do you appear? 3 times. I'm going to replace you with run enabled. And I think that should still work. Yep. Hold the sprint, toggle the sprint. Toggles the sprinting state when the button is pressed or requires the player to hold. This will be removed, but I'm keeping it for now, just as I'm... Like, changing everything to running turns out to still be quite a bit of work. What to run... Toggle run. Enables crouching. Whether sprinting should affect FOV. Jump. View bobbing animation. Immersive animation when the player jumps and hit the ground. Yeah, like that. View bobbing, jump, pausing. Gravity. Member variables. Low ceiling. Reticle gravity, mouse input. Change reticle, default reticle. Initialize, pausing, handle jumping. If not immobile, interrupts user input. Bob note. Handle movement, handle head rotation, low ceiling, dynamic FOV. U bobbing, jump animation, was on floor. Handle jumping enabled. Yep. Handle movement, here we go, in-air momentum. If in-air momentum. Handle head rotation, controller support. Controls. If you add a control, you might want to add the actions are being disabled so the engine doesn't halt the entire project in debug mode. Run. It's just for debug mode. If run enabled, if sprint mode. Set to run mode. I need to keep track of where I am. 306. The state is sprinting. Enter sprint state. Enter sprint state. Enter run state. Still working. Is there going to be a roll? Absolutely not. Where is state? Handle state, normal state, bar state, string. Alright. So the string sprinting. Let's take a look at all of them. Yeah. Oh, head bob animation has sprinting in it too. Running. Let's try. Still good. There won't be any rigs in this game. Although there will be trucks at some point, I suppose. Running. Will there be flushing toilets? Yeah, there will have to be, you know. I mean, isn't the whole point of the game is that like every switch and button and stuff matters. Look, yes, there will be flushing toilets. It's in the notes. Can't be taken away now. Crouching, normal state. Crouching, enter run state, running, run. Initialize animations. Head bob animation. Has an animation called sprint. I'm gonna, can I rename that? Edit. How do I rename the animation? Rename. Change animation into run. Still working. Did Vegan roll have rolling? The wheels rolled, I'm pretty sure. Run, play jump animation. Debug menu, unheld input, reticle. Would you roll the character and or the truck? Rolling the truck. I don't think I've ever rolled a truck. No, I don't think the physics allows for that. Is there any reference to the word sprint still in this file? Yes. One more. Entering sprint state. Alright. We have purged this file of the word sprinting. Controller jump. Short jump with cooldown. Okay, so check. Now I need to clean up feature settings. Did I mention that? I want to remove in-air momentum. Don't need that at all. In-air momentum. That's a feature setting, so because is it on right now? It's on right now. Is it? Does that mean air control? I thought that meant air control because it's on. Whether the player can move in the air or not. But like, I'm moving in the air, right? I'm looking in the air. Does this function even work? Yeah, look. I'm moving in the air. But... so on is off? Okay. I found a bug. In-air momentum. Needs to always be off. In-air momentum. In air. If in air momentum. If is on floor. Else. I think we can erase this, and we can erase this, and now it won't care if I'm. All right, we're doing indents. I forgot. It's Python-like. I don't think we got in-air momentum. Yeah, because I need to be on floor. Cool. So I can remove that also from the thingy. So in air momentum, you can go. You can go. You can go. I'm just gonna be tearing out shit. Okay. Character control. Move in air momentum. Check. Sprint mode. Run mode. Hold run mode. Needs to always be hold to run. Run mode. Didn't want that. Run mode. To run toggle run. Toggles the running state when a button is pressed or requires the player to hold a button to run. Okay, so run mode is 0. Sorry, hold on. Hold to run is 0. Toggle to run is 1. If action is pressed, end state is crouching. If moving, crouching. Also state. Wait, but I could run in crouching. The player is holding run before moving. Handle the scenario. Oh, I could jump while crouched. Which I'm not too sure about if that should be an option, but I don't know. Jump while crouched. Okay, so I believe I can delete this for a second. And we should be fine. Yes. So that means I can delete this. Bring everything up a notch. And we should still be good. Sweet. That means I can remove the running state toggle. And I should still be good. Yeah. It's not necessary. I just want to have the file be as clean as possible before I start adding stuff. Crouch mode, same thing. Same thing. Crouch mode is the exact same thing. Hold to crouch, toggle crouch. Should be hold to crouch by default. Crouch mode. Feel confident enough to just delete it entirely right away. All good. That's fairly easy. If state is crouching, jump. Yeah, baby. You have a problem with this music? This is normality, baby. I turned off jumping. Let's turn off jumping while crouched. Okay, so that's good. What was debug? It's an F key, wasn't it? Project settings. How did I enable debug? Is that in the character, in the controls? It's hard-coded, wasn't it? Toggle debug menu. F7. But it's not working for me. Oh. Right, I can't count. I like that it slows me down uphill too. Although I feel like it could be maybe a little stronger. Right, at an angle like this, let's just slow you down by half. You know? Slow down by more when at steep angle. There will not be footwear. This will not be a foot-related game. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's make the jump lesser. Nah, that's a little much. You'll just like me, you'll just be wearing sneakers. You got one pair of shoes and you gotta make do with that. Add child node, CSG. Mesh. And then you can have a prism. Snap. Oh, snap. Why is there like no collision thing on this? Alright, there is. That's one. Let me duplicate you. I totally fries. What are we doing in this world? Huh? What are we even doing in this world? Does anyone know? I sure don't. It's 2 meters? No. Ah. Make unique. Okay, so what if the character can only jump? But their jump velocity is 2. Look at this. This is how a person jumps. Alright, you're not gonna make that. You're not gonna go there, but this is that might not be enough. Bump it up to 2.5. Can get you 50 centimeters. What's a normal jump height for a human? Normal jump height for a human. Average vertical jump height for adult men is 41 to 50 centimeters. Right. So we're doing something right. I mean, I don't know if we're doing it right, but we're doing something. 3. Okay, 3 almost gets you. Don't like the bunny hopping. I need to turn that off somehow. There's an option for that in there, wasn't there? Wasn't there an option for bunny hopping? Continuous jumping. That should always be off. Regardless. Continuous jumping. If continuous jumping. Blah 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 blah. No. That still doesn't give me the cooldown that I want. Just means you can't hold the jump. Okay, shorten jump to 50 centimeters. You know, we'll figure it out. I think the angle stuff is entirely in character body 3D. All min slide angle. Minimum angle where the body is allowed to slide when it encounters a wall. Up direction, motion mode, grounded. Floor. Stop on slope. If true, the body will not slide on slopes when calling move and slide when the body is standing still. If false, the body will slide on floor slopes when velocity applies a downward force. Block on wall. If true, the body will be able to move on the floor only. The option of voice to be able to walk on walls. It will, however, allow the slide. And then max angle is 45. Snap length. That means it's too complicated. Constant speed. Yeah, I wish I could affect that. I have constant speed, but I think the running speed is still maybe a little too fast also. I'll be perfectly honest. Can I get up a hill, up a, like a shallow part of a hill, and then down a steep? Let's play with the environment a little bit. One, let's move the character a little closer to 0. Because it was being annoying and doesn't need to be so high. to the terrain 3D and dig down a little bit. Okay. We do slide down. Okay, so now I need to do something a little more complicated. Let's see. E, F, left click, middle click, or right click. Let's start with the zoom function, right? So, zoom. Can't zoom while running. So it needs to be not running. 1. Running. Running state. Alright, if state is not running. Run enabled, if crouch enabled. The states are normal, normal in the air, running, running in the air, crouching, crouching in the air. So the state is normal. If the state is normal on the ground and middle click is held, change FOV. And if middle click let go, and then yeah, on release return. I have the camera FOV. Your state is running. Camera FOV is lerp camera FOV, else camera FOV. And where does update camera FOV happen? Update camera FOV. Dynamic FOV. That's done in physics process for some reason. Dynamic FOV. We will always have a dynamic FOV. 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 If state is normal, is this the right place to do this? Input. Middle is middle click, middle mouse, comma, project settings, input map, add new action, a middle mouse, add. If state is normal, if input if input is action pressed controls dot I call it zoom actually. Action pressed controls dot zoom. If is action pressed. See, that's a good. Let's copy paste that shit. If input is action press control, this is crouching. Camera dot f is lerp. Camera dot fov. 65. Let's try it. Not working. Oh, because it's run. Ah! Zoom. Crashed. It's an int. Sorry guys. I have to put it at 0. Yeah. It needs to be way smaller. 45. Bob note. Probably expose these FOV values so I can play with them. I can set them elsewhere. Also, this is wrong. State is normal. I need the state to be normal. Be slower too. So when I'm running, can't zoom. When I'm jumping, I can zoom. Crouching? I think not state. And state is not running. And on the ground. Floor. Is on floor. Is on floor. Sorry, I thought... Wait. Weight should be between 0.0 and 1. However, values outside this range are allowed can be used to perform extrapolations. Not desired. Use clamp to limit weight. Both from and to must be the same type. Eased interpolation. Okay, it's simple. Look, just one line. It's super easy. It's so easy, even I can understand it. All right? If input is action pressed controls.zoom, means if I hit the button that I've designated as the zoom button, the middle mouse button, right? And state is not running. So I don't want to be able to do this while I'm running. And is on floor. I don't want to do this if I'm in the air. So I want to be able to zoom when I'm standing, walking? Yeah, walking. Because I want to be able to kind of walk around or whatever. And while I'm not in the air, while I'm not jumping or falling. Then I take what the camera FOV is. You know what that is, the field of view, field of vision. And I interpolate it. LERP just means linear interpolation from whatever the current FOV is to 35 by a factor of 3. This is like the speed or the weight. I don't quite know how that works. It's not working the way I want it to. What if that's a 1? I'm still figuring out what that is. That's like instant, right? What if it's 0? And it doesn't do it. This track is Knights coded. You ready to go into dreams with me? I'd like the zoom to be. So I've done it. I've added the zoom function, which I'd like the zoom to be slower, but don't know how that works with lerp function. Crouch staying, so let's get rid of that. Let's do these one by one. F, left click, middle, click, right. Use, what do we call it? Use one. Use one. Use two. Right. Left click. And right click. Use. Use one is E. Use two is F. Left click is left mouse button. Right click is right mouse button. Like I said, you can be gone. Okay. I need to create a little bit of test user interface just to make sure the buttons are working. F7. User interface. Add child node. Control. What's a VBox container? No 2D. Sprite. Text. Label. Create. Label. This is just like pressed E. are you? I don't have a font. Is that why? Oh, I just want something simple. Google text label. I need to be no 2D. But it's part of the user interface. Right. It inherits from control. Good night, Totally Fries. Thanks for hanging out.
Everybody, lie down. Take short, panting breaths and don't move.
Come on, run away. You don't have to stay. We're nearly out of time, but you're doing fine. So stay on track and don't look back. Just feel the pace. Come on now, race. Everybody supersonic racing. Try to keep your feet right on the ground. When you're supersonic racing, there's no time to look around. We're just supersonic racing, running to the point of no return. Everybody supersonic racing. Come on, let the fire burn. Everybody, everybody, everybody. Everybody, everybody, everybody. Everybody, everybody, everybody. Everybody supersonic racing. Try to keep your feet right
Left
on the
middle click, right click.
when you're supersonic racing, there's no time to look around. We're just supersonic racing, running to the point of no return. Everybody
Zoom.
supersonic racing, come on, let the fire burn. Don't you know?
R click
We
is
really have to go to a place where
right.
you can
Click.
feel my heart just race.
L click is left click. Use and use.
Everybody supersonic racing. Try to keep your feet right on the ground. When you're supersonic racing, there's no
Use.
time to look around. We're just supersonic racing, running to the point of no return. Everybody
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. Crouch, run, pause. Middle click. If input is request R click. Let's try this. User interface dash debug panel add property. String is like right click. Is that in this? Add property. Be called once for static property, called everything for dynamic. Yeah. Right click input up. Order. What's order? F7 no longer works. How did that happen? It's about debug panel, not user interface. Hey, right click is true. Okay. Let's add a few more. User interface slash debug panel dot add property. Left click. Now click fix, and then user interface slash debug panel add property. Sometimes I like to not use autocomplete just so I can understand things a little better. Use one. User interface slash debug panel slash add property. can all be cleaned up, but simple as the clicks are working and the uses are working. How I'm going to implement them is a different thing entirely. And now I haven't captured the mouse. Oh, okay, there we go. But we've made progress. Okay. Add basic button interactions. Done. Add forward and backward tilt on move start from simple state machine first person controller. You know, I was considering maybe going another hour. But let's talk about prototype 1 and expand it properly. Is there like a zoom plugin? Is there maybe a default obsidian? Text. Okay, so they're asking me to use CSS. Not gonna happen. Okay. So movement and basic interaction. Functions we have walk, we have run, we have crouch, we have a short jump. We don't have a cooldown. Okay. So cooldown after jump. Because we don't have bunny hopping, but well, you know what? Yeah, it needs to be a very, very short cooldown. Okay. So the way I have this thought out is you have multiple kinds of use, right? You have, for like using your hand, you click, right? To grab an item or to push a button, you click. And then for using your whole body, you use E. To sit in a chair, you use E. To talk to a person, you use E. So like I need to make two things. I need to make a button that's interactive. Just a button that like goes in and out. You click on it and it goes, or something happens, you know? So I think what I need to do is create a new note. That's a folder. I need to create a new note. Prototype 1 to where are you? Continue finish character controller. Which includes clicking on item to use it. No, clicking on button to use it. I'm like thinking nomenclature here too, like item. What is item? Because there's item that you can pick up, or yeah, whatever. Picking up item and dropping. Sitting in seat, on seat, in on seat. Right. Add forward and backwards tilt. What else? Slow down and very short cooldown after jump. Surface types with climbing angle. I can delete all of this. Stairs and ladders. Arms physics. Wieldables. We're not there yet. Grab item. We're not doing inventory stuff yet. We have zoom. Okay. So prototype 1, we want a basic character controller with movement and basic interaction. So we got the movement down. Now we'll need to work on the interaction. The test environment is yeah, test environment stuff. Test environment. Doesn't have to be a box. Test environment. An interior location to scale doors. An interactable button. Steal from Vegito. Something to pick up. Okay. Yeah. Then vehicle. Set up basic vehicle. Platform with wheels. Seat. Steering wheel. Maybe handbrake and ignition to test character controller interaction. The wheels and steering wheel turn as they should. It's not about physics, it's about okay. When you look at it like that, it almost seems feasible. Except that these are the most difficult things. But hey, I didn't know how I was gonna do any of this. Hey Francis. I didn't know how I was gonna do any of this, and yet here we are. We got something. And you know what? For like a basic, it feels pretty good. I think the running is still too fast. I'm gonna be honest. What's like average human run speed? Fifteen mph in meters per second. 6.7. Yeah, okay, so maybe 6 is realistic. I think the FOV is a little extreme. The way it shifts is also like it's too fast. $80. Needs to be little. Running, once I got the system set up, running is going to be very draining to your energies. It's not something you're going to want to do often anyway. What else? What else? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, and then once we have Prototype 1, Prototype 2 will add basic versions of the inventories, a very basic, mostly fully working version of the car, and then like a lot of work will be a rough sculpt of the environment. So the this, where is it? World. A rough sculpt of this area. I can play around with that. Yeah. Interesting. And this is what I said too in the here. It's not about vehicle physics. The focus is on it having be a separate thing you can enter and exit and interact with. So the same is true for the character controller. I think I think to add to this, actually, clean up and tweak character controller code, like expose variables for copy, etc. that need exposing, order things a little more better for you. There's still some stuff here that can be cleaned up. Like, I don't need to check controls. Prototype needs to test environment. Areas to crouch under to test that. Can I still jump while crouched? No, right? I turned that off? Yeah, good. Yeah, so next time I'm gonna have to play around with raycasts and physics and shit like that. So that should be interesting. Okay. Well. I still have notes to consolidate. But we've made some definite forward progress today. So thank you. Not gonna raid into anyone. I'm gonna say goodbye. If you're not on the forum, you join the forum at the _.xyz. Tomorrow, the latest jam starts. A fun little creative thingy that you'll have time for. I'm very tired. I'm experimenting a little bit with streaming a little later when I want to. Also, you may have noticed we're slowly approaching BOBSTREAM 500, and I'm considering what to do with that. So there might be something fun to be had. But I haven't finalized yet what I need to plan for it. But it's still like weeks and weeks away. We're at 488, so if I stream every day, it would still be like 6 weeks away. Anything else? Is today the day? I believe today is the day. And I love you. Mario Kart tournament. Maybe not that. I'm hitting the button though.
Thank you for enjoying the BOBSTREAM. I love you all.